24 hours to climb. Sean setting fuel, Amir checking tires. I'm just here trying to tame the fire. Not real cars, tell that to my hands. Shaking like I'm on the grid at Le Mans. Breathe in, one blink, countdown's on. Been training all week, now the doubt is gone. Sean's on stints, 1 and 3's ice cold mind. Amir's taking night shift, third eye blind. I'm just watching the split, my heart in the loop. This ain't just pixels, this is my truth. Pits map tight, strat set clean, but you can't script chaos in a 24 dream.
No break to the soul, no pause when it hurts. You either die at the wheel or you live in the dirt. Don't close your eyes, the storm has begun. Hold on tight, here comes the ride.
This is the moment, this is the fight. One shot, one chance, one endless night. Sean on the left and Amir on the line. We bleed through the ring just to cross that sign. No fear, no breaks, no giving in. We were born to burn, we were built to win.
So light it up and trust the climb. We're chasing glory, one lap at a time.
Green flag drops, we launch like rage. Lunging in tight on turn 3 stage. Traffic in chaos, brake light rain. Half a second wide and you kiss the pain. But Sean's like steel cold calculated. Slips through gaps like time's been faded. Amir calls fuel, voice clear in the dark while I'm battling thoughts in a high-speed boat. My wrist cramps, I clench, shoulders gone stiff, but I ain't quitting now, nah, I live for this shift. This is the pressure, this is the grind. One shot, one road, one chance. Yo, this wheel's my weapon, this chair's my stage. Sean's at the wheel and Amir's uncaged. We don't sleep, we reload, refocus. Every lap's truth, every corner's opus. Pitcrew blood, adrenaline drip. Reset my soul with every grip. Don't need fame, don't want fake cheers. I race through fire, I face my fears.
Don't you break when the silence grows. Don't you blink when the red light goes. You better lose yourself in the light of the zone. One chance to rise, one line to own. The ring, the rush, the world you know. You only get one shot, so bring it home, bring it home.
Can't pause this pain, can't mute my name. I don't play for fun, I race through flame. Disconnected, now I'm mind dialed in. While they scroll feeds, I go for the win. This ain't fake, this ain't pretend. It's me plus my brothers, lap to the end. Got fuel in my blood, I burn through doubt. And if I crash, I'll crawl it out.
Don't let go, let the engine cry. Even ghosts can learn to fly. You better lose yourself in the moment alone. Every lap you run carves you in stone. One crew, one fight, one path unknown. You only get one shot, so bring it home, bring it home. They won't see the sweat inside your soul, but this is your road, your rig, your control. So light it up, don't fade away. This is your legacy, this is your race. You better lose yourself in the rhythm and roar. This is your fire, you are so much more. Sean and Amir, we were born to drive. We don't just race, we come alive. So light the night and claim your throne. You only get one shot, so bring it home, bring it home.
Hey, everybody, how's it going? Oh, I think I'm in the wrong... Oh. Make sure everything's good. There we go. All right. We are, I believe we're good. How's it going, everybody? Good morning. Hope you're having a great weekend so far. It's Daytona weekend. I've been watching it too as the weekend's been going on. It's been quite a lot of action. Then for like a couple hours, there was no action because it got so foggy that they were running under caution for I think almost 6-7 hours. But now action's gotten started, so I kind of got the stream for Daytona on one side, but I'm here with you guys too to watch Daytona, but to also start going through and building our Sim-Lab rig. Connor, hi, how's it going, buddy? Yeah, so it's kind of been like a journey. So like, last year, Sean and I, we kind of started building our Forever rigs, but we kind of always ran into a problem of, as we're testing gear, as we're reviewing gear, we have to take parts off, put parts onto our rigs. So it was never really able to like fully dedicate time to building our Forever rigs. And during one of the expos, I was chatting with Richard and the Sim-Lab guys about it. Couch Day, yeah, it is Couch Day, Heiko. I'm pretty sure you've got Daytona on and this stream on. But yeah, and I was kind of explaining to him like some of the things we're doing and then what we're wanting to do and kind of like the setbacks and draws. And he was like, well, we're more than happy to send you a rig so you can have it for your test rig. And I was like, oh, cool, sweet. So they were generous enough to send me their Sim-Lab P1X with the monitor stand. Because eventually, if you see in the background, well, it's too dark right now, but I'll turn the lights on. Actually, let me turn them on right now so you guys can see a little bit more. Hopefully that way you guys can see a little bit better. But we've also got a new motion. So I installed the new motion on the rig that's going to be the Forever rig. That's going to be right here. And then off to the side will be the test rig, and that will have motion too. Because the rig that I had beforehand, I don't think would have been able to handle motion. So, but I think now with having the P1X Ultimate, we'll be able to do motion on both rigs and also have the dedicated racing Forever rig and then our dedicated test rig so we can actually swap out gear, do all that sort of stuff. So yeah, so we'll be building the freestanding monitor mount, and then we'll get into building the actual base and see how far we get along. If it goes a little too far, I might split this out into two parts. But I don't think it should take too long. But yeah, so I'm gonna move the chair out of the way. We'll start building. Because I'm gonna be moving a little bit further back. If you guys can't hear me as I'm talking or chatting, let me know and I can move the mic around a little bit or adjust the volume of the mic. That way you guys can kind of hear me from back there as we're opening the boxes, going through everything. Yeah, so let's get right into it. But yeah, other than that, how are you guys enjoying your weekend? How are you guys enjoying Daytona now that racing's already started? And I might not be from far away. I might not be able to see the chat too much, but I'll get up, I'll take a look and see what chat's going on. So if you guys got any questions on anything or you guys want to chat about anything else, let me know. And yeah, let's get right into it as we get up, move our chair out of the way. We're going to start getting into the boxes. Grab some of our tools. So the first thing, like I said, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to build the monitor stand. I've got my monitor back there. And yeah, we'll get right into it. Yeah, exactly, man. Yeah, it's gone back to green. Like I've got it on my other monitor watching it. And I've noticed too, like not Daytona, but Porsche's been dominating this race from the get-go, from the hypercar class. And then I think Chevy's been kind of dominating the GTD class for a little bit. what I really like about Sim-Lab and how they do it, they kind of make sure everything is organized. So like you get a bunch of boxes. Like there's a bunch of boxes that they send you, um, and everything's labeled. So like this one, like this box right here, I already took a look at it. It already says the monitor stand on it. So the other boxes will say different things. So that way you don't get lost. You're not sure, if you're not sure where everything is as you're opening everything. Like all the boxes got labels on them. All of them are very, very well packaged. Uh, as we start opening up these boxes, like to kind of show you guys like how everything is really nicely packaged. So like everything came taped up in the boxes, but then when you open up the boxes, even further inside, you've got the plastic straps that keep everything nice and secure. All the profile is nicely wrapped, and then you've got these cardboard like on the sides to make sure that as a box shift during transport, all that sort of stuff, they don't get any dents or anything like that, uh, which is really really good. Yeah, you're right, Connor. Yeah, that's the thing. Like Chevy and Ford, they've been really going back and forth on it. Like I expected the Porsches to give like a really good fight for the Chevys and the Fords, but it's really, yeah. I mean, for the most of the race, it's looked like that it's yeah, been Chevy and Mustangs, Chevy and the Fords leading up the whole way. So like I said, they put these cardboard protectors for the corners to make sure, yeah, that during shipping everything, the profile itself doesn't get dented around. And also, like they'll put that wrap, make sure that again things don't get scratched around. That's really I really like how they anodize their profile. Like this profile, like this was like custom cut profile, um, where it's like shiny, but it's not really meant for like heavy duty kind of things. Where like I'm looking here now on this, like I don't see any perfections, and then the anodization is like this matte, like this thick matte anodization that's done on the profile. Show you guys a little bit. Your dad's making dinner already? It's a little early. Oh, is your James Jr. All right, hi James Jr. What are you guys making for dinner? Andrus, is Daniel Moride racing this year? I am not sure. The only one that I know has any affiliation with sim racing is what's his name? He's racing the Ferrari GT3. Yi. Uh, he's one of the testers and like assists with development with Conspit. Right now, he's the only one that I know of. It's actually racing. Like, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I'm pretty sure Daniel Moritz is a part of it. He's usually there at every Daytona race. Oh, an Irish dinner. All right. What are we talking about? We talking lamb? We talking blood sausage? That was two profiles. Let's look for box for the Bonnie. when they put the sticker right on it, so I can't tell. Uh, Same thing. They put the shipping labels right over the stickers. It says the front mount, so we don't need that just yet. Uh, One is the seat slider and seat bracket. Yeah. This is kind of frustrating. Oh, he's not this year. Oh, that sucks. Can't tell what this one is. One's a wheel. So we've got boxes, I guess, to get into to figure out what they really are. Now, this sucks to hear about Morad because I know, like, yeah, he's talked before where like Daytona is one of his favorite races. Or say sandwich plates, side mount, single bolt. This one. Yeah, I'm looking at Daytona. So what is it? You got Porsche's in the lead. You got BMW about 10 seconds behind, or a little bit, 18 seconds, I think. Then you got the Chevy's in the lead with the Mercedes in third, and then you got the Porsche. This Pro 18. Tray. I think we might have gotten to the wrong box. So, what is the main difference between this and the Pro version? Is this is using vertical profile, which is easier to manufacture. Arguably, it should be cheaper. Um. The big thing with this one, they went back with this with the P1 Ultimate. They kind of went back to the roots of the original P1 rig, where um, it wasn't that stylish, kind of like where because if you notice, like with the Pro, or the Pro one had a lot less slots for you to mount things to, is at an angle. Um, which for a lot of sim racers that have a lot of gear, or they want to do kind of like their own thing, where they're doing more than just what like an average sim racer would do. They want to add a bunch of things to it. You couldn't really do that too much with the Pro. Whereas this one, they went back to the standard kind of way of what the original P1 was like. Now for the price, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's a lot of boxes, man, because it's both the monitor mount and the actual base itself. Because they just, it's not just that they sent me like the standard set too. They sent me like additional things to use, like because not all wheelbases are front mount. Not all, some of them are bottom mount. Sometimes the pedals are a little bit different too. So they sent me a couple extra things that way I don't have to change too much when I'm changing gear, or have to like not change a bunch of things, but kind of stress about how am I going to get everything to work. Like for example, like we did the review of the PXN, um, and that one I kind of did on my old rig, because I had the next level GT Lite, and I didn't have the front mount or anything like that, so I wasn't able to like front mount the PXN. It's not, and again, not all wheelbases you can front mount. But that's why like there's like extra boxes than what you would normally get. Yeah, I'll get room for all these boxes. Yeah, good job DHL or USPS. You guys put all the shipping labels on top of the parts where the label says what the box is. That's simple. Ah, here we go. Here's more of the monitor stuff. All right. You uh, what would you rather have, a DD2 or an Invicta base? Um, for me personally, so they're both great wheelbases. Um, I don't think you could go wrong with either one. Uh, the problem for me is I use a lot of different wheels, and the problem you run into with example like with the Fanatec DD, is you're kind of stuck in their ecosystem a little bit, and that's not something I really appreciate. Stuff. So I kind of like that's where like with the Asetek you can use other wheels other than Asetek on them. With the Fanatec or Fanatic, whatever you want to call it, it's either you have to use either the sim racing machines module to be able to use other wheels to get the force feedback working on the wheelbase, or you have to get uh or you have to get one of their button boxes and kind of mount a wheel that way a little bit. So that's where I'm kind of like torn on getting a Fanatec. Joe, you don't see a helmet. I'm sorry, man. I don't have a helmet. Right now, I'm just trying to figure out what boxes what because USPS decided to put all their shipping labels on the boxes. I need to know what they are, so I got to open up each individual box. So we got the feet, we got the uprights, we've got the vario mount. Now we're trying to figure out what the other stuff is. You know. All right. Let's see. I'm trying to find like their list that they give you. So we got box A, which is the vario mount. Box B is ba-da-ba-ba. Yeah, so you got box C. That looks like for the pedal tray. Yeah, helmet, Joa. I'm sorry, man. I don't really have a construction helmet. More profile. Wider seat bracket. No one wants that. Don't worry, you will not see a plumber's butt. You're good. Good mouth. runs. I like it now. Like before, they used to give you like the standard profile kind of rubber feet, but now they've got like actual dedicated feet that you can put on your profile. So we can start now. Or not our wrenches, but our yeah, Joey, don't worry. I am not Sean to show you parts that you don't want to see. Um, what's on top of Daytona? We've been also seeing F1. F1's been revealing their cars. It's been pretty exciting so far, right? Seeing all the new shape of the cars. I don't know. What do you guys think of the new F1 cars? I personally think they sound better, right? Now that you don't have that stupid MGUH anymore, so they're um, kind of like making the engine sounds a little bit muted. Now that we're actually back to kind of having real sounding F1 cars again. I mean, still not as good as V8s. So Nojo, I think now I showed it off earlier. I think now they're actually using powder coating. I can show you again because now it's much more of a matte finish. It's not that shiny profile, and it's really rough too. So I think yeah, they've gone to more of a powder coating on the anodized profile, which is a lot better because with this rig, I was telling people earlier that because it's not a standard sim racing rig, uh, it's just profile that I bought from a company, and as I was putting it together, it was getting scratched very easily. But with this, this feels a lot more durable. Oh yeah, they do. To me, that's saying they sound so much better. Um, Especially I really like the sound of the Honda engine. I think right now, so far, that one's probably the best sounding engine right now out of the bunch. But again, I don't know how fast they were driving or how much power they were putting to the cars. So I mean, it's kind of hard to tell. We really won't be able to know until maybe maybe until they go to testing in Bahrain. Because yeah, because we won't be able to. To me, it's kind of I get it why they're not broadcasting um they're not broadcasting Barcelona because it's just really more for the teams to get to do the shakedown of their cars. So I kind of understand that. All I'll do is just like right now, I'm just making sure all the feet are aligned properly. So I'm just using what I did to the first profile, making sure the second profile is, where the feet are kind of the same distance. Best looking car is the. I can't see that real quick. I gotta get closer to see what you said, Joa. The feet. The best is the RB hands down. Oh yeah, yeah. I'm so I'm so happy they went back to like having the shiny blue paint. It looks so good. First has to be the Audi. Yeah, man. Dude. It just to me what kind of bummed me out with the Audi. So yeah, let's talk about the Audi first. One, I am so happy they're back in Formula One. It makes me really really happy that they're back. But I mean, between the livery that they showed on their concept car and which was actually pretty decent looking. I liked it. I mean, it could have been improved, but then it feels like they took a step backwards with this livery that they're using. So hopefully, I hope that they change it because to me, I think it's just yeah. Yeah, I don't know what. Then Ferrari, I don't mind the white on the Ferrari because they've been using it. They've been using white for a while now, but the way they did the white and then added I think HP is probably the worst sponsor they have because how they do the blue and everything is it just to me it's a detriment to the Ferrari livery. What's up, Sean? Yeah, exactly. And so I'm hoping, Connor, that these are just like their test liveries that they're going to be using and not actually the real liveries. Like, because I know like Cadillac, for example, they're going to be using a test livery. They'll have a real livery later on. Um, but yeah, but here's one thing I like about SimLab kind of did on the end caps is now they've added their logo. It's not just like your regular end caps, but they've added their logo to it. I think that's a pretty cool, small, neat little touch. It is rig day, Sean. You're working on one rig. I'm working on another. Are you done with your? Are you done with your actual rig build yet? Yeah, Connor. Right? They do the race. At least their race suit looks. All right, so let's look at the arms now. One of the arms. This could be one of the uprights. This one's going to be going out. Then you have the profile more towards the inside. For me, this is where kind of like Sean and I disagree a lot. Sean is he is much more of a tube frame kind of curvy, has he's more of like say like he likes the tube rigs, he likes the curve rigs because, for the aesthetics and everything like that. Whereas me, I am more of a profile guy because I like practicality. I like to be able to adjust things, be able to modify things the way that I want to do it. These ones, M16s. So to me, like this is where I like because profile, like you'll see, kind of like what I've done with this rig is I've added the hue lights. I've added like if you've seen like my video that I did a year or two ago, I built a center console that houses my shifters, my e-stops, and everything like that, and was able to mount it really nice. Whereas you can add the belt tensioner profile. It's a lot easier to do that with a profile rig than you can with uh one of those nice fancy tubular kind of rigs. I know Sean's probably listening in. He's like, I got a mirror. Why is he hating on me? Yeah, exactly. So, and this is why I was so happy because it really upset me because because my old profile rig was the original Sim-Lab P1 rig, the silver and everything like that. And with the way I was wanting to go with my rig, it just wasn't what I wanted. I wanted darker. I wanted something that was black that could hide a lot of things. Because eventually, I want to do like I want to build like one of those rigs, kind of like what Stellian has. Do the in race shots, do things like that, or like now you're starting see Daniel Killian, you see EW Sim Racing. They're building those rigs where it feels like you're inside the cockpit. I felt like you couldn't really do that with silver profile. Um, and so for a while, like I was looking at getting when they came out with the P1X, but they removed profile, and I'm like, that's not what I need. But then you know, and then like ASR is doing the same thing. A bunch of other people are doing the same thing where they're removing profile slots. I know it makes things look sleeker, like makes it look more aesthetically pleasing, but it really limits what you can and can't do on your rig. And to me, that was more of a turn off doing that than leaving the slots because eventually you can get those strips and fill in your slots. Even then, like you can make them different. You can get different colored ones, and then you can add more color to your rig too if you want. And to me, that looks a lot better than just like a flat shiny piece. Where this is where now I'm so happy that when they Sim-Lab came out with the P1 Ultimate, they went back to the slots everywhere to where now you have, you can go back to doing, you have a lot more options to modify your rig to do the things that you want to do. Because like for example, like on the Forever rig, like I'm gonna build a center dash, but that center dash is gonna kind of come down from the monitor mount from the horizontal bar and kind of come forward, and that's where I'll mount the center dash with my screen, with my WinSim, everything like that. And where like I see some of the other companies are, they're getting away from the slots. I don't know if I would be able to do that, or if I want to mount a net system, if I want to add netting, if I want to add some other things, like I have to, I have to modify what I want to do to fit the rig, where it should be the other way around. Like I should be able to have a rig that does, that does everything that I want it to do. It's the same thing where I talk about pedals. Same thing with pedals. Like you should be able to, with a really good pedal set, you should be able to adjust the pedals to your driving style and not the other way around. Yeah, exactly. So, and that's why, like, I've seen some of the new rigs that are coming out, for example, like where you have no slots on the sides, like you see on my rig here, is just flat. So now, like, you have to mount. If you want to mount actuators, you can't mount it directly to the base. You have to mount it from the top and the bottom. And not everybody makes plates for that. So now you have to either make plates or get that company to make plates where, like for example, this one, this luckily came with plates where I can mount it on the side or mount it from the top and bottom. But not a lot of, I don't know, not a lot of motion systems you can do that with. So that's where like my main gripe is now with profile companies is they're taking away the adjustability of the rig. I mean, so at that point, yeah, why buy a profile rig when I can just get, a tube rig or something like that? You say, Rebeccio, or like Lego, you can do anything with them. Removing that feature is anti-Lego. Right? No, exactly, 100%, 100%. And I'm a huge Lego guy, and I think that's probably one of the reasons why it bugs me so much. Um, is like this is one of the beauties of Lego. Like for example, like you buy a set of Legos, and yeah, you can build that car that they build that car uh, that the car or whatever it is that that's they give you the instructions for, but then you could use your imagination to build whatever else you want. It's too small, Sean. That's why. I mean, some things I can read, uh, but I'm also like almost 3 feet away from the monitors. That's where like yeah, like and that's the thing, like a profile rig should be kind of almost like a blank canvas for you to do whatever you want with it. Um, you should be able to get his eyes tested. Yeah, I think he needs to. But Sean's gonna go like, nah, My eyes are perfect. Oh, yeah. Sim-Lab logo on the right way. Here you go, Joe. That's a little bit of construction for you. This will go this way. Joe has text right like that, saying Sean needs to get his eyes tested. Sim-Lab logo facing outwards. One thing that's cool, you don't have to do it, but they give you a sticker sheet. So if you want to add Sim-Lab stickers to your rig, you can do that, which is what I'm going to do right now. The right ones. These are like the dual. Yeah, these are. I think these are the dual ones where like you stick it on and then you peel it off. There we go. To get something like that. So, one. I'll caution people if you're going to be building like a if you're going to be building a profile rig, is don't tighten things right away. Make sure you get everything connected first, and then make sure you have it in the place or in the spot that you want it, and then after everything is good, then you can actually go back and tighten things. Because if you go, if you just start your build and you tighten things right away, you're gonna have to go back, untighten things, move things around, and by that time, like when you get to yeah, then by the time you get, it might be too late, so you might have to start taking things apart, rearranging things, especially if you've already put gear onto your rig. Like for example, like with the uprights, like I'm just like moving around to make sure I get it kind of the way that I want it to get, because if you put like if you put this bar too far forward and you've got monitors on, and with the weight of the monitors, it might tip over. Especially if you're going to be using like a triple monitors, like it could tip over. So with this one, I'm not going to be using triple monitors. It'll be an ultra wide, so I'm not too worried about the placement. But I just want to make sure I give enough to where the weight of the monitor won't tip over uh, the monitor stand. And it's the same thing with your bass too. Is that you're gonna have to move your seat, you're gonna have to move your pedal tray to make sure you get it, the way you want it to. And if you over tighten things, that's just gonna add more time to what you're trying to do. Like once you're sure where you want everything, that's when you go back and you can tighten all the bolts to make sure your rig stays pretty rigid. Like right now, I'm happy. I'm happy with how the feet is, how the upright is. So now I can actually go through and tighten everything. We got one done. Yeah, that is true too. Yeah, especially if you're gonna be using like butt kickers, any type of haptic. Yeah, you want to make sure you add those too, man. Yeah, I forgot to mention that. Thank you. Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. That you should be using spring washers to make sure everything stays the way it should. Oh, is the sound low? Yeah. Give me a second, man. I'll raise the volume here in a second. Just like I'm not very close to my mic. Let's see if I can boost my mic a little bit. Yeah, no worries, man. Yeah, like I'm not used to being so far back when we're talking. Like I'm usually next to the mic. So let me add. Let me boost my sound a little bit if I can. Hey, don't be jealous. All right. How is it now from back here? Is it good?
Oh, are you? Yeah, it's cold and terrible here too, man. Right, D-Pain? I know. But yeah, is my voice here good? Do I need to raise it anymore? Cool, cool, cool. So kind of like what we did. All right, so now, you know, important part is making sure, the your uprights are kind of the same. So like if you see, like you can't really see, it's kind of dark, but my uprights are not aligned properly. So again, that's why like don't tighten things until you know where everything is. So let's align our feet. And that way we can move our upright to make sure they're all matched. Good. Yeah, because if you don't make sure your feet are aligned, one, your side bar, your vertical bar is not, or your horizontal bar is not gonna align properly, and that could lead to your monitor sagging or looking like a little weird when you're actually in your rig. Um, so you want to make sure everything is aligned properly. Oh, it's kind of true. I am kind of a hippie at heart, man. You know, like I'm just more of people do whatever you want to do. I don't care as long as it doesn't interfere with my life. Do whatever you want to do. I do not care. Sim-Lab sticker on this. No, no, Connor. No, it's I this is going to be more of a test rig. I needed um because me and Sean like, we've been trying to build our Forever rigs. And the problem that, especially me, I've been running into is like you can't really build a Forever rig if you're always testing gear, having to take stuff off, put stuff on. So I needed a rig that's separate to where I can use it to test things. Um, and so this is what this really is. This is going to be more of a test rig, but I also needed something heavy duty. If we're going to be doing motion reviews or high end wheelbases, I needed a rig that could handle the loads and things like that. So, um, in SimLab they were kind enough to send me this rig, and it fits perfect for what I want to do when it comes to testing stuff. Yeah, I don't know, man. I've been kind of thinking too. This hair is starting to get a little on my nerves. Like for the past couple of weeks, I've been thinking about getting it cut. It started to become a little too much for me, man. uh, yeah, I know, David. I know, man. You'll be back there soon enough. But, then the other thing was I spent 20 plus years with really short hair. Um, and now, like, there are no constraints. I could just do whatever I want. So I'm trying to enjoy it as much as I can. Now we move to the horizontal. So that we're gonna these kind of sandwich plates because these plates are going to go onto the upright. That way we can mount our bar. Get started. Along with an iRacing Smurf account, needs a Smurf rig too. Uh, it's the new meta, as the kids say. Way, I guess. Got to start somewhere too, though, right? I mean, I started racing, with the DFGT. Um, still have it to this day. Uh, I'll never, I'll never get rid of it because I just have so many fond memories with it. Got to be blue though. What's that? The Blue Man Group, right? I'm blue, bopping, bebopping, bop. I will say the one thing I'm not too thrilled about. It's not really a big deal. Is companies don't really give you paper instructions anymore. You have to go online. So I'm more of like, well, what if you're, you know, um, what if you're somebody that you maybe don't have a computer on or something, or like um, you don't have access to a PC, or you don't really have internet and you're trying to build this rig. Is you have to go online to see the instructions. So like I kind of and Sim-Lab's not just the only one that does that. A lot of people are doing that nowadays. So I just kind of wish where you still had um, paper instructions per se. gonna tighten these just a little bit so it doesn't slide around. This is where uprights are gonna go. No, thanks for sticking around, man. Appreciate it. Yeah. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, thanks for the chat and everything, man.
Their instruction. Yeah, I right. All right. We got to use the M20 bolts with the washers. Where's our? Yeah, I've looked at theirs, man. They make, yeah, they got really good instructions. Comes the fun part. We're gonna put horizontal bar onto the profile or onto the uprights. Who's gonna finish first, Amir or the Daytona? I mean, they probably will first. I mean, I think we're doing good time on the uprights, right? Might be just do it better to do it on the ground.
go, Joa. The profile banged against each other, and then there's not a single scratch on the profile. Oh, do real quick so the bars don't slide around. I'm going to tighten it real quick just to make sure that it doesn't slide up and down because I'm going to grab a level and make sure we get the uprights leveled up a little bit. Part where, yeah, I don't want the uprights to go up and down. Then we also got to measure it too. So once we actually get the monitor, once we actually build the base, uh, you know, this the height of this horizontal bar is going to change too, depending on how high our rig is too. So I might not even do that until I know how the base is going to look. So yeah, I might tighten it for now, but yeah, the best thing you can do is once you're done, like getting to this point with your monitor mount, because if you have a level, kind of put it in the middle and then adjust it depending on where the bubble is to make sure that you've got your bar is level. Because when you might not notice it too much when you might not notice it too much when you put everything together, but you will notice it once you actually sit down into the rig and see that your monitor is kind of slooping a little, leaning a little bit. So this is that. Let me find the mount now so we can put one half of the mount onto the bar. One thing now, like I really seriously think should be mandatory on every single rig that you get or monitor mount that you get is it should come with a variable mount, some sort of version of a variable mount, especially if we're doing triple screens. And like, what's the variable mount? So essentially, you've got this right here, and you're going to have another plate that goes onto your monitor. So what it does, it's got a little hook. So you mount this on the back of your monitor. You have more stuff out of here, like a hook that slots into this right here. Then it's also got bolts where you can raise this, lower it, twist it a little bit, or even tilt it to make sure you can get all your monitors aligned properly. And you can slide back and forth, up and down, and then tilt, and then twist a little bit to make sure you get all your monitors mounted. Like you don't need it so much. You don't need it so much for a single monitor, but if you're doing triple monitors, like these things are lifesavers. Then each company makes their own version. They're all
they all make their own in their own different way. And they're all very good. Like I don't think there's uh I don't think I've seen like somebody make like a bad kind of version of a mount yet. I mean, I'm not saying there aren't any out there, but they're, you know, from what I've seen so far, I haven't seen any bad ones. Let's go. Put this one on, so that one will kind of mount right here. It will mount on the top. Actually, twist this a little bit so you guys can see better. So you've got this right here. This is where it'll mount to the top of the bar on these. And you kind of put it here. And the same thing, like depending on where your monitors are, you can slide this back and forth as much as you want. But yeah, these come in really, really handy if you have triple monitors. There you go. It'll be kind of like that. And then there's other pieces. Yeah, there's other pieces that come, that you put on the back of this bar, and then essentially will come down. We'll slide in through the slot. Kind of show you. There's this little bar right here, and it'll kind of mount. There's like mounts right here, and you slide it right there, and it's perfect enough to where it'll slide in this slot. And then with the screws that come with it, it comes with bars you can adjust with an Allen key, and that way you can move it up and down, tilt it, move it up back and move it back, front and back a little bit to make sure everything is aligned properly with your monitors. There we go. That is our mount, our monitor mount. I think it's going to be perfect. I mean, I know I will have to raise it because with the motion system I have on that rig, I'm like all the way to the very top. So I know when I put motion onto the other rig, I'm gonna have to do the same thing too. So actually, while we're at it, let me just go ahead and do that. Same thing, like on the back where we put it, like you can make these the verticals. You can move them in and out depending on how wide your rig is, how much motion you have. So right now I think we got it kind of like on the regular kind of width, but we could always make it so we got like about this much of width we can do where you can make it go out as wide as you want too. Just a little bit so it doesn't move around.
I'm not tightening up every single bolt. I'm just tightening up the bolts just enough to where this thing's not going to move around. And we can start with the base. Space to move this out of the way. We can start building everything else. Like I love about sim labs, they always give you extras of things. Like there, I had a couple extra bolts, a couple extra things. What's up, Norman Robinson? How you doing, buddy? Pull up the instructions. Cockpits, P1X Ultimate. All right, this is going to be the fun one. What's going on, Norman?
Boundless Norman. Watching Daytona. Yep, same here, man. I got it pulled up on the other screen too. Yeah, hi Tim. Norman, yeah, I'm also Sim-Lab fan. Yeah, same man. Like I have one of the original P1 or like I just really replaced the other P1 that I had back, the silver one. Replaced it with this one, but I'm gonna repurpose that profile for another project. And then yeah, now building their P1 Ultimate. Yeah, exactly, man. They got great designs. They're awesome. Uh, I can't say enough about what they do, and how they, what they give you for their rigs and everything. Uh, we're gonna build the base. Um, so now this is where they, like the old with the old P1. If you guys, if you guys had the old P1, where you had this bar right here. This is kind of like your sideways bar, and then you have the long profile that went back and forth. And that's where you use like the corner brackets to mount everything together. So here it looks like they switched it to where the the long plate now it's got you can kind of see them a little bit here. Like you got the slots right here that you mount them in already. Um, yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. We're gonna have to put it together first to see, you know, how well it is. It seems like with that, this is this side. And then you got again this where it will screw into these 2 points right here. Oh, so we need that's the washers. Different kind of washer. I've got so much stuff. It's kind of crazy. Like, let's show you how many Allen keys. Or no, these are my Allen keys. I'm sorry. Uh, let me try to find the washers. Yeah, these are like all the Allen keys that I've collected throughout all the stuff that I've done building sim rigs. Building sim rigs, building other things, for sim racing. Like a whole bag of just like wrenches and Allen keys.
back in their old day, they didn't give you washers with their rigs too. It was just the bolt and the T-nuts. I'm glad now that they add washers. So we can get it mounted in. Gotta mount the other bolt. The way this helps it stay more stable, but still, I don't know. Still prefer like having the T-nuts because that way you have just more adjustability. Second. David, am I on time for making sure I get this done before Daytona is over?
Now we got to add the back corner bracket. All right.
Oh, I did, Connor. Dang it! I was like, I moved.
So let me try to do this. So I'm going to move this here. Got this. And then Duplicate. There you go. Now I'm not going to miss any of the action. So we got our base plate for the most part that done. We got to do the corner brackets on the back. So I've noticed like a lot of companies are kind of doing this now instead of to make things look a little bit more egglet, a little bit more. I'm doing good, Caractus. How are you, buddy? So instead of like having the talk about like having the T-nut brackets hold everything together. So like on the back to kind of make it a little bit more aesthetic, a little bit more pleasing. Like you got these corner brackets now, kind of like the curved corner brackets. To add a little bit more styling to the rigs now, which I think is pretty cool. I mean, it's not a spot where you're going to do a lot of changes because you want to have that stability in the back, especially because that's where your seat's going to be. So we're going to go ahead and get that put together. Yeah, Caractus, I hope you're having a good day, man. It's Daytona Day. Um, these have no washers. So we're gonna mount one corner bracket here. Making good time on putting this rig together. Oh, it's kind of crazy because with this rig, when I rebuilt it, it took me about a whole entire week to get everything done just the right way, the way I wanted it, and everything. Um, but it also took me a little bit longer, more than what I thought it was, because I wanted to make sure all the measurements were correct, the cable, the wiring, everything was done perfectly. Um, because now, like when I'm good enough with this rig, when I've got everything on there that I want to be put on, I'll do like a rig tour or kind of like a new room tour. I didn't do one last year, so I probably need to do another one. But you virtually see no cables coming out of this rig. Like if you go in the back, you'll see cables, but if you're looking from the front or the sides, you won't see any cables at all. We've seen that battle between the McLaren and the Porsche right there. Yeah, I missed it where the McLaren just destroyed the Porsche. Yeah, I'm a little upset that Porsches are they doing well? I mean, I think one's in second place. It's funny because, like, if you're in iRacing, man, the Porsches and the Mustangs, they're kings of Daytona. Or not the Mustangs. I'm sorry, the BMW. If you guys were in or watched any of the Daytona streams for iRacing,
almost everybody was either Porsche or BMW. And here, I mean, right now, like it looks like Porsche's what, second place, BMW is fourth place. I mean, we still got almost 4 hours to go. Essentially, your back plate is going to end up looking like that with the now with the curved corner brackets. Because the old one, the old P1X, well, not the P1X, but the old P1 didn't have these. All right. Next up, got to put T-nuts on the top slot. All right. Need to put. Nah, exactly, man. Well, I mean, one, it's I'm a computer networks guy. You know, uh, doing building building data centers, laying cable, all that sort of stuff, and it got to the point where like cabling is a very big pet peeve of mine. And like if I see cables all over the place, yeah, it just drives me insane. Like what is it? Sean, we were doing the. I know Sean wasn't done with his rig, but when he showed pictures of it during the live pit stop, oh my god, I about lost my cool seeing all those cables and everything lying around all over the place. Yep. And that's what I kind of did with, uh, and I guess that's what I want to do with my next phase is like I want to get a box, because right now I have everything kind of put in like those mesh cable gatherers, kind of like to hide things, or to kind of keep the cables together. But you all not all cables are the same length. So I think the next thing I want to do is I want to get like one of those black boxes and put the the cable extenders, your power cable extensions. Put one in there, and then all the cables will go into that box, and then I can just hide all the cables in that box, and then you really see nothing. Yeah, yeah. I mean, dude, I follow IKEA hacks all the time. I love IKEA hacks. You're not saying anything. Say it, Caractica. Say it. This is a safe space. You can say whatever you want. You don't have to be afraid of Sean. Don't worry. Now I want you to say it, man. Now I want you to say something. I like that one, Joa. I like that one. Uh, yeah, Connor, that's another good way of doing it too. Yeah, because how I have mine, like I put a shelf on the back of my monitor mount, and that's where my PC sits, and then the cabling kind of goes towards the inside of my rig, and then I kind of have it to where its mount goes underneath the shelf, and then I kind of like have it screwed in or a little bit, or using double-sided tape to kind of hide all the cables and kind of route it the right way to go where it goes underneath the shelf. Then it comes out from the foot of the monitor arm, and that's where then the cables will go to the power plug on the wall. Yeah, that works too. Yeah, yeah. Any kind of box, anything you got, that works. Um, like this, like this is kind of why I wanted to do this live too, because to kind of have these discussions to see, because I know some people are wondering like, how can I hide my cables? What can I do different to my rig to make it nicer? Uh, and yeah, all the stuff that you guys brought up is completely on point. So I hope like people that are wondering how to do certain things, like they kind of read and listen to what you guys are saying to help them out. No, that's why. Yeah, I'm super glad you guys are sharing. No, I think I might have used. We got to take this apart again. Yeah, I could have looked at the sizes, but this plate right here, it's longer than this plate. So when I put this on top, like this, it kind of overlapped a little bit longer. So now I uh, gotta swap the base plates. I didn't even look to see if like what the size difference was. I didn't think there was a size difference. No, I think I just used the wrong plate. Yeah, I got to swap it out with this one right here. You can say, uh, I've tried to make my rig look like a cockpit. What would be the transmission? Yeah, that, I mean, yeah, dude. Make sure I just read it right. Yeah, 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 yeah. I mean, I kind of used like like for my motion, all the cables kind of route underneath the side, the base plate. Um, and you don't see them, like they're hidden in the channels, like the cables are hidden in these channels right here. And all I did was put I don't do anything. They just fit perfectly into these slots. And then I just put a little bit of electrical tape over it to kind of hide it. Because I mean, black on black, you're not going to see that electrical tape anyway. And it hid the cables just perfectly for the motion. And like we were saying earlier, like yeah, right, like hating. Not a lot of these companies now are moving away from like all these slots on their profiles and everything. I mean, that's another thing too, right? You can use these slots to hide things. Uh, David, I know the cubic will be going on this rig that I'm building right now. Uh, the Vero is going to be on the permanent rig, and then the cubic will be on the test rig. The other thing would be too with the profile rig is some people might have an inclination of trying to over tighten the bolts. You don't have to over tighten the bolts, especially if you're using washers, because what you could do is you could end up stripping the bolts, and then the whole thing's going to come apart and fall apart a lot easier. So make sure you just get them nice and tight and snug. Not I've tried the next level one, which was really good. I mean, if you want, if you, promotion and stuff like that, it's really good. I just haven't tried the cubic one. I think because next level bases their motion off of cubic stuff because they work together. So and again, I might be wrong, and I don't know. Uh, I don't know. Usually, Lucas, he's one of the cubic guys. He's usually in our streams and stuff. I don't know if he's watching, but he could probably correct me because I might be wrong. But I think it's just the cubic version of what they were doing for next level. Um, and of course, if it's cubic, they're it's going to be a much better product because they're doing the engineering, they're doing the design, the tuning, and everything. Uh, I know I didn't watch it yet, but I saw Dan Suzuki. He did a review of it. Um, and I didn't, yeah, I haven't had a chance to watch it. I plan on watching it sometime this week um, to get an idea of how it is. Um, but I trust Dan Suzuki's reviews. Dan Suzuki's a really good dude. He's a really good guy, uh, and he's very on point with his reviews. So if there's anybody out there, like I would say, like when it comes to reviews, I mean, I would listen to him. Um, the guy knows his stuff, and he's an engineer too. Like he does engineering work for other sim companies, like where like he's helped engineer the GSI wheels. He's helped engineer a couple other things. I know he's helped out with the Cornwhy, and he's done a bunch of other things too. Um, yeah, if there's anybody's opinion when it comes to reviews, like I would trust Dan Suzuki's. Okay, Joe, it is different altogether. Okay, I just haven't had a chance to really look at it. Uh, I mean, yeah, but that's the thing though. Like, if you can go, um, I mean, if you have the resources to go full, 3 DOF, I mean, definitely, I would go 3 DOF over a seat mover. But if you're cramped for space or don't have the resources for a 3 DOF kit, I mean, I would go seat mover, or I would go T DOF, 2 DOF with the mover bar. Like I did a review on the cubic one. You could go. I mean, essentially, you could call it like 2.5 DOF. Um, oh, I don't remember, Stan. I think it was the ERS 4 that's the widest, or the 5. I can't remember. Uh, I know the 3 is the tight one. Yeah, there we go. This one fits perfect. Yeah, we just had the bars wrong. understand. Yeah, I can't remember off the top of my head. I think that because I did a review on the 3 and then the 4. I believe the 4 is actually the wider one. While 3 is the tighter version. Trying to remember, yeah, the first one I did because the first review that was more of the seat that hugs you, whereas the next one that I did was a little bit wider, the more comfortable seat. And I think yeah, it was the 3 and the 4. Dan is using 3 off and the seat mover together. Oh wow. Okay. Huh, okay. Yeah, again, like I haven't used it. Yeah, so I really don't know what this. Yeah, what my thoughts are. I don't really have anything just yet. Because I already tightened these bolts. I got to untighten them again because these mounts are not aligned. So I got to move the rig around a little bit so I can align them. There we go. See, this is why you don't over tighten because I had to go back and untighten the bolts that I tightened to make sure everything's aligned properly. That's where I got to think but like right, you're because I'm thinking about it now, and again, I'm not always right, right? So when I think about it, because you said Dan said it's probably one of the best things he's ever done, using 3 DOF and the seat mover, right? Um, Whereas Stellian, he wasn't too happy with it because there's play, and part of me's got to think a little bit about like if you know how Stellian has his motion mounted. Um, he has it where the motion only moves his base; it doesn't move his wheel, and not in his his wheel's kind of mounted to the monitors in a way. He's got it. I don't know. He's got it mounted some crazy way where the wheel doesn't move either. So it's only his base that moves where he sits on. So essentially, it's like a glory. He's got it set up to where like it's a glorified seat mover. Um, and so I wonder if Stellian's comments come because of how he's used to having his actuators mounted. Because I know, like, yeah, for Dan has his actuators mounted where the base, the wheel are all together, where they all move together. So maybe he's coming at it that way, whereas Stellian's coming at it more of a way of how he has his rig built, because he's got it completely built in a completely different way. I need T-shaped Allen wrenches. Why buy T-shaped Allen wrenches when you get all these for free? Like, dude, I have. There we go. I'll show you. I have this whole entire bag of Allen wrenches just from Sim Gear. Oh shit! Run, D-Pain, run! Don't let them get you. All right, I'm gonna skip over the feet because I'm gonna be mounting the motion to that. Next up, we're gonna mount the seat bars. Oh no, I'm just assuming. Like, I mean, because it's fair, right? Like, I mean, we're I mean, anybody that does reviews or anything like that, we're all human. We all make mistakes. We all say, we all not say mistakes, but we overlook things. That other people, might not. Other people might think of that I might not think of things. Like there's things I've reviewed that I completely forgot about one thing, and then somebody brings it up in the comments. I'm like, oh crap, I didn't think about that. Or my headspace. I had a completely different thought process when I was taking a look at the equipment. Um, so I mean, it's fair. Like as long as people are not, being malicious about things. Like everybody makes mistakes, or everybody, not everybody will comment on everything. I mean, that will comment on the thing that other people are thinking. Um, I mean, I think every single reviewer has forgotten about to bring up a certain points and certain things. Because like usually I will not go watch like with the cubic. Um, I knew, I knew at the time. I was getting one. Stellian was getting one. A couple other reviewers were getting one at the same time, and I make it a point to where I don't watch other people's reviews because I don't want it to let my judgment or my opinion be swayed by what that person said. Um, so like my thought, so like and this is where like I might think of a certain thing that comes up during reviews, like oh, well here's something that that makes me probably think less of that piece of equipment, or might think better more of that piece of equipment. Um, but then you might have another reviewer where they're like where they'll say something, they'll bring up a completely different point that I wasn't thinking of. I'm like, so then after I make my video and release it, then I go back and watch. It's like, oh crap, I didn't think about that. Or like I didn't think of it that way, in that sort of way. We all do. All right, next up, all right, we got to mount seats for our seat base. That's why I say, like, that's why I tell people too is, you know, go watch other people's reviews. Don't just watch my reviews or Sean's reviews. Go and watch other people's reviews because they might bring up a point that we're not thinking of, or if we might bring something that other people bring up. Uh, somebody might like a product because they were thinking a certain way, whilst another person doesn't like it because it doesn't fit their needs or what they're kind of looking in equipment. So that's why I tell people like go out and watch a bunch of videos of the same product. If you're really thinking about it, go watch a bunch of reviews and then make up your mind on what you want. All the time about the belt tensioner. Oh, dude, I love my belt tensioner. Like this right here, I love that thing, man. It is one of the best things I've ever had. Uh, I kind of prefer it over my motion. But here, kind of with the base, they've kind of changed it up a little bit too. Because again, they're on the old one like this. They were using the corner brackets to make sure you mount your base where your seat's gonna go. And now they've gone to this hole drill mount, kind of where you slide the bolt into the profile and it goes right directly into the rig. Um, it still gives you that adjustability that you need, but I think it also now makes it more rigid. Like this, just like one less thing, less bolts you got to worry about coming undone. I'm not gonna over tighten this thing because we got to make sure we put the seat on, and we got to make sure we get the right sizes for the seat. So I'm just mounting it where it stays on, where I can still slide it around if I need to readjust it. Side. Yeah, I mean, David, but I'll say like if you, uh, yeah, well, I'm gonna do so part of the videos we're gonna do. I mean, yes, I know, like we're one of our sponsors now. One thing we've told the guys, like, we're gonna be completely honest, right? If we prefer, if we think another motion is better, we're gonna say that. So I think that's one of the good things why I'm keeping the cubic and this, so I can actually do like a back-to-back comparison between them, um, to see which one's actually better than the other. But then also too, like they come at very different price points. Um, so that could also be a decider too, between what people would go for. Like so far, it's been put together so far. There has not been a single blemish on any of the profile. There's been a little bit of like dirt stuff, but I just wipe it off. And like, but no, this profile so far has been immaculate. Now it's time for the base plate. All right, where did I put my base plate? Three parts. I think I got the right. Yep. More tools.
3 more hours of Daytona. I think I'm gonna be good, David. I think I might be done before Daytona is over with. Yeah, they got a new demo out. I think you can play most of the game. Yeah, I think where you can, yeah, you can play most of the game right now. Yeah, we talked about it during the Friday show. I'm trying to move some boxes around so I can turn the rig sideways. Now we can start building the pedal tray. I might be able to. Yeah. I mean, I got it pulled up right now. I've got it like watching on my second monitor. I'm kind of, I don't know. I know some of you guys are probably doing the same thing, watching on two different screens. I like this. This is how the side of their pedal is now. Whereas like you can adjust it from here. Here's like you can where you can tilt it, lays it up, and then for where your horizontal bars, you can slide this back and forth to make sure like you can mount any pedals to it. That's pretty good. That's pretty cool of them. That's pretty good. Next up, I'm watching everything correctly. Uh, Sit on it right here. I mean, yeah, they're solid, dude. They're heavy. I mean, you look at it, you think it's not a lot of material, but it's actually like it's actually pretty heavy duty. Um, I guess like it kind of helps when, no, it kind of helps. I mean, it helps a lot when, you're the owner of the company is also an engineer. So they actually know, so they know what they're doing when they're coming out with equipment, or they can improve. Like, it's not just like a business guy that's running the company. He's also an engineer, like with Richard. Um, so he can ask those questions like, "What about this? What about that?" Kind of deal. To make sure that they're giving people a good product. 1, 2, 3. Go in the back. So we can start putting the base plate together. So we're looking at the instructions the right way, right?
No, these are not. These are not squishy metal at all, man. These are like machined, uh, machined metal now. They're not squishy at all. But I mean, as we test it, right? As we do the test and everything, we'll find out. Here we do this the right way. We'll do small plate first. We gotta do washer, bowl, bowl. What's up, Callum? We're building a rig, man. Where you been? Man, you haven't been around to see what we've been doing. Oh, oh, I know you're a Scotsman. That's your thing, is you drink. But I thought Scotsmen don't get hangovers. I'm not gonna tighten this all the way because again, like when I mount the pedals, this bar is probably gonna have to get readjusted anyway. Uh, this yeah. Someone must have lied to me, Callum, when they told me Scotsmen don't get hangovers. Or I think you told me Scotsmen don't get hangovers. Like these two bolts back here with this big plate, we can go ahead and just tighten right away because it's not adjustable. Your rig's a bit of a letdown for Rally, Sean. Well, because you didn't do what I told you to do. Hangovers are the new blood. Yes. What I think is really cool, I'll show you guys up close too, is like to give it a little bit of style. Like now you got these little washers. Once I mount it, I'll kind of show you uh, how it looks, how the pedal plate looks once everything's mounted. I told you, Sean, you should have done what I told you to do. Is put those extra plates, those extra profile plates. Ever listen to me? Yeah, there you go, David S. What if you're using a handbrake? You're using a handbrake in an F1 cockpit? Oh, it's Sean. He's gonna complain about anything and everything. Like, you've been playing Battlezone. Are you done with your rig yet? Should you be playing other games? You should be getting your rig done, Sean. This one's not. Maybe I gotta readjust.
I guess I kind of show you like I really like is now that Sim-Lab puts these washers in. Like these right here, kind of with the Sim-Lab logo. That's a pretty nice, neat little touch. What's next? All right, now we got to put peanuts in the second slot. All right, so now we're gonna add the pedal tray. Need the M40 bolts, washers, and the cap washers. Washer. Yeah. Oh, we can mount our Yep, don't tighten the bolts right away because we still got to readjust things, move things around, where your stuff stays in place. So we can actually see what we're doing.
cool. So like, if you're thinking about getting a Sim-Lab, like, a little bit, you can see like, so you can see kind of the range of motion that you're gonna have. So you can lift your like this much, and you can like, depending on which slots you want to use, you can make it even higher. You can tilt it this much. You can tilt it even more, but now the bar is hitting the floor because I don't have the feet on. Or you can tilt it that way a little bit, depending on your pedals. Yeah, so you get a lot of good range of motion. Slide it back, slide it more forward, depending on your size. Go ahead, tighten it for now. I'm not. I'm not gonna put my. I'm not gonna put pedals on. We're gonna move this around. Too much. Just don't want it moving around. Tom, David Payne. All right. Next up. All right. Next up is the uprights. All right. These. Looking, how's the Daytona going along? We got a little less than 3 hours. Let's see. We still got Porsche in the lead, right? What do we got? What about the GT3? Showing names. I don't know all the names. I know Guvin's Porsche. I don't know all the other guys. And yeah, friggin' Porsche, man, they're just in the league in their own here. Yeah, if they're gonna do the uprights. Again, this is where I don't like um I don't like uprights that are slanted because to me it kind of hampers getting in and out of the rig. I like the straight ones like this. So I'm glad SimLab went back to this style. Will this motion have? Will this rig have? Yes, it will, Callum. This one will have the cubic on it. Yeah, this one will have the cubic motion on it. Because yeah, the racing machine, that one will be the Vero, and then this one will have the cubic on it. No, I still have the cubic. The cubics will be going. The cubic will go on the test rig. Nah, you're good, man. All right. So we need. So we need. All right, so I need M20 these with the slots, sandwich plate. I need 1, 2, 3, 4.
But I think for the actual equipment mounting, I'm gonna do that off camera because how my camera is positioned and where the rig is gonna go. I can't really show you too much. Um, yeah, I won't be able to show you like how the camera is and how things are blocking the view of the rig. So I'm just gonna do the initial build, show you kind of just the Sim-Lab by itself, and then I'll do like a follow-on video review of the Sim-Lab rig when I'm done with it. Um, but so far, like out of all the rigs that I've ever owned and tested and stuff, this is by far the cleanest. Like when it came to profile, this is by far uh, the cleanest like profile I've ever gotten. Even when I got the original silver P1, like there were still scuff marks and things on it. This one, nothing. Uh, Even like when I got the next level, there was a couple of scuff marks on it. It was a black. Um, but yeah, so far, yeah, nothing, no marks, no nothing on this right now. I mean, that's probably going to change as this becomes more and more, testing stuff. But as you get it, like there's nothing. Well, don't show. Why are you saying that, Cal? I'm surprised. Size one. This what sets one profile rig apart. Uh, the big one's going to be, I mean, the type of profile that they're using. Uh, Not every profile is made the same. Yeah, not every profile. Yeah, not every profile is built the same. So, like, I mean, you're gonna have China profile, you're gonna have European profile, you're gonna have American profile. Uh, I mean, it depends too. Like, some profiles are soft, some are a little bit harder. Um, um, and then the big one too is if you're really like wanting a colored profile rig. It also depends on, well, how are they doing that? The coloring, are they using powder coating? Are they doing anodization? Um, so like if you want a colored profile, I would go with uh, powder coated profile, not anodized, because anodized will scratch a lot easier.
I mean, but for the most part, I mean, if you're just using profile for sim racing, you're really not putting a lot of energy into the profile to where things can happen. Uh, your biggest your biggest problem when it comes to sim rigs and things breaking or falling apart is actually going to be the T nuts and the nuts themselves, because those, if they don't give you washers, things they're going to loosen over time, especially if you're going to be using motion or all the forces. Uh, so for me, like I look at like yeah, yeah, and the place that they give you, like is it going to be soft metal? Is it going to be like actual like the hard aluminum, like machine CNC kind of metals? Uh, those are really going to be the big differentiator. Like, I don't think the profile really is that much different between all of them. But it's really going to come down to the finish. The finish of each one is going to be the big decider. Yeah, and then the type of plates like this, right? Like this is a heavy plate. It's like this plate's not a joke. Um, Compared to like other companies I've seen where they use like really light aluminum. But this one's like, yeah, this is heavy duty aluminum. Yeah, because I mean, majority of the people are going to get their profile from the same place. Um, but I do know, for example, like SimLab actually has a manufacturer. I can't remember, somewhere in Europe where they actually manufacture the profile for them. Um, Whereas some like other companies, like, and I'm not going to name names, but like some other companies just source their profile straight from China and get like the cheap stuff. Yeah, a lot of it's going to go into like your plates, your connectors, your bolts, your T nuts. Like I've seen not just like rigs, but I've seen some hardware come with like really cheap T nuts where they're like, because like really like the T nut is this metal piece, then behind is a spring and a little ball, and like the minute you touch that ball, the ball just comes flying apart. Because we're using like the really cheap stuff. Um, and again, that's not just sim rig. This is not just rigs, but I've seen that like when you buy like pedals or something like that. They give you like the cheap stuff. Uh, just the regular silver T nuts. I'll show you up close how they look, David. I'll show you like what I think I can show you. Uh, so here, let me show you. I think I have a bag of like cheap T nuts.
All right, so for example, here is a Sim-Lab T-nut that they use. They just use the normal T-nuts, but these are, I mean, they feel different than, they, for example, like this is like one of the cheap T-nuts. I don't know if you guys, make sure I bring up the camera so you got make sure you guys are seeing what I'm seeing. Um, so yeah, that's the SimLab one. I mean, it's nice and shiny. It feels heavier than, for example, like this cheap T-nut. That's a little less shiny. Because you can tell this is and this feels way lighter than like this Tina right here that came from SimLab. Let's go back. So we got that on. We got to put this on. Right. Use the. All right, now we got to get it mounted in. So we need the M825 cap washers. Okay. What else do we need?
doing, Noah? Am I showing any plumber's cracks? Try not to. I don't want to be like Sean. You know, like we're not going to tighten these bolts because this is going to all get adjusted as we adjust the C, we adjust our pedals. Like, we want to make sure this fits like a glove. I tighten it just enough to where it doesn't move around. Oh no, Ford! I see it too, D-Pain. Ford just died. You put a black bar. Oh man, that sucks, Ford. That sucks. And I guess Chevy. I guess now it's all Chevy. Let's do the prep. The other part. That sucks. You guys remember? I mean, for you guys that watch IMSA and all these other, been watching all these other races. You guys remember when Ford first started doing GT3 racing, like what, 2 years ago, a year ago, 2 years ago? How bad that car actually was. I remember. Barry's members. It's actually good to see like they're actually like at the top of the field, like top of the class now. They're always in the hunt in the top five. Oh, look at all that fluid coming out of the rear. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, the car completely fell apart. Like I remember watching. I think it was what 24 hours of Spa, the whole rear diffuser, or is it Spa or Sebring, where the whole entire rear diffuser just fell apart. It is consistent. Like this, they've been doing really, really well. They did really well last year. They even won a couple of races. I hate it. I hate seeing like when cars fall apart. Like it's not because of the driver or anything like that. It's just that the car fails. And like, regardless if it's a team that no, I can't say that because if it's Red Bull, I don't give two craps if their car falls apart. Um, but I always hate seeing like, especially if they're a good driver, their car just falling apart and dying, not because of them, but just because something happened, something blew up the engine or something. Um, I hate seeing that happen. Unless you're a Red Bull, I don't care. Are done. What do we got to do next? Uh, yeah, but that was a different class too, spatial. I mean, I don't know about Fiestas, but my very the first car that I ever bought was a 2001 Ford Focus SVT. I love that car, man. That car was so good, was so awesome. Um, for its time, like it was an awesome car for its time. But would I buy a Ford nowadays? No. So we got all right. So we got everything done. We're gonna do the base plate. Actually, hmm, I'm gonna hold off on the base plate because I've got the top mount and I've got the front mount, but I need to see. So I was good for now. I was gonna mount my Moza wheelbase to it, but I got to find all the stuff to it. Um, I don't know if I should do the front mount or the bottom mount for the Moza. Um, see, what should I do? I'm not sure if I can use the front mount with the Sim-Lab. Well, with the Moza, let's take a look. Um,
the front. All right, so yeah, the front mount does not work with Moza. So I'll have to do the bottom mount, but I need to find all the so I have to find all the bolts and stuff for the Moza. So yeah, I won't do the mount, but I'll do the next one, which is what's up next. I believe the seat's next. Or no, we got to do the side mounts. All right. So we got to find that stuff. Uh, yeah, Caractus. Yeah, take care, buddy. No, I just got to figure out. I need to find where I put all the. I don't know where I put all the bolts and stuff for the Moza when I took it off when I was doing the PX sense. I got to find that. I got to find that all over again. So I might, and I don't want to waste your guys' time. Which I think I probably already am if you guys are watching me. These. I mean, I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna say anything. You know what I mean. Oh, we need this. Uh, 20 millimeter. So now we can start bolting. So this is where, yeah, the side. So what we're gonna build now is the side where we can mount our shifters and stuff. American. So it's gonna be on the right side, not on the left side. Right side, the correct side, the right side. We need some bolts. Right?
think you side of history there, buddy. The right side is the right way. Two M25 launchers. Side, no, Callum. No. Safety car again. Might as well just call this the safety. Safety race of Daytona. That's what they might as well just call it. Racing again. So tired. You watch all the even the yellow cautions are special. Stayed up late watching a little bit of it too. Um, but I think I went to bed right as the caution came up. I'm like, yeah, this is gonna be lasting for a while because they said it's gonna last until like even 9 in the morning. So I just like, yeah, good time to go to bed. It's done. Now we can mount the profile. So I need washer. Oh, he got pushed off by the Ferrari. Ooh, that sucks. Yeah, right. It's not going to get mounted. Going to get mounted to the second rail. Okay, second slot. So use the short. Need a few more. Make it easier for my file. Now we got the Porsche and the BMW fighting each other. All right. Manti's coming pretty strong. Yeah, Manti's coming pretty strong. We got pairing versus who? Harper. Always think smarter, not harder. Oh man! All right. Looks like that portion is getting harder and harder to beat, guys. All right. Tighten these bolts. Tighten the bolts too much again because like we're gonna be adjusting things. We're gonna move things. Like once I start attaching the pedals and the wheelbase, the seat, I'm gonna have to readjust things all over again. Uh,
An old Simpit logo where? On the stream? Oh yeah, I think I haven't changed it. I need to change that. Sorry, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, buddy. All right. So far, we're done.
we got everything done for the most part. Now we can actually go through and mount the seat. So let's cut this box open. Man, I appreciate you for calling out my mistakes, man. I do. Say mistake, but I appreciate you calling out things I haven't done yet. You know, I'm trying to overhaul everything. Oh crap, the caddy! I see it. Where's the fire trucks? Dang. Rip caddy. It took you 8 hours. Yeah, maybe it's because a little bit quicker because I just got done rebuilding this rig where it took me a lot longer. And it's essentially almost, for the most part, it's almost the same thing. I mean, there's slight variations uh, compared to the new P1 Ultimate that Sim-Lab does. There's not. I mean, most of the changes, most of the differences are in the place that they use, the brackets. But I mean, for the most part, a lot of it is still very much the same. Just modernized, updated to make sure that it's, um, again, they're just improving on the design of what they built previously. Because yeah, I used custom profile and everything with that rig over there, but it's essentially the same as the old P1X for the most part. Uh, um, yeah, essentially, I just changed the profile from silver to black for the most part, and then with this rig, essentially, it's almost the same for the most part. Like right now, I've got them kind of lined up together. It's still like width wise, it's still the same width for the most. Yeah, it's really the same width still, and length. I'd probably say it's still very similar. Um, yeah. So that's why I probably have an advantage over you, Dave, because I just built the other one. Uh, that one took me a long, long time. This one, because no, I want to make this more than just a test rig. So I have like my flight gear back there that was on the old rig. I'm gonna try to mount it on this because I know I'll have some other people using this rig too. So I'm gonna make sure I mount the seat slider on this one. I don't have a seat slider because that one's just me. I don't want no one in that. Uh, this one will be strictly just me. So on this one, I will install the seat slider, all of that. I might do the pedal sliders too. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, I'm with you, man. I mean, I can't say anything like. I mean, yeah, I guess in a way. Um, let's see if I can find. Where do they have? We also got to install the seat slider. Um, turn it purple. Oh, you're funny. You're funny. If I could, I would, man. There's no good Gundam games out there. They all look terrible. And there's the ones back in the day they used to make almost like the Dynasty Warrior, like on the Xbox. The Dynasty Warrior games, there's those. Those were actually pretty good. But all the other ones were freaking terrible, man. We mount it properly. This goes that way. Mhm. Let's mount. seat.
Am I done yet, Joe? Almost. I just gotta mount the seat now, and then I'm done for now. Yeah, I about mounted the seat the seat the wrong way. It needs to be this way. Make sure I got mounted the right way. This hole. I gotta make sure the holes for the seat correspond with what I'm trying to do. Oh, these two. So, to get mounted this way. This way. I was doing it the wrong way. Fun. Some pieces for that. Well, the first time I did do it the wrong way. That's why I had to change. Now I'm trying to do it the right way. Trying to find bolts for the seats, the T-nuts. These are the right ones.
The fastest one. Ah. They use nuts. They use bolts. Okay. Wait. Bolts together. Base. Again, so almost done. Now I need to use I still got to make sure the seat fits, all that stuff. So, yeah, it won't be tight all the way. Still enough to secure to where I can actually put the seat on and bolts aren't going to fall.
Fire free Steam King? What did Steam King do? Whew. All right, now we're good. Now we just got to put on the seat. So let me go to the box, bust out the seat, and then I will come right back, and we can kind of finish things off. Yeah. Here we go. The weight, if the seat ain't purple, it is not purple. They sent me their blue one. I had no clue which one they sent me, but they sent me their blue one. It's a nice blue. I like it. Yeah. Yeah, all right, let's take a look at the seat real quick. Oh, it's that speed mesh. It's not like your like normal cloth. It's got that speed air mesh to kind of help allow with breathing. The Sim-Lab logos all around it. It's got a little pocket here.
where you can put things in here. The seat does come off, so if like it's dirty and you need to wash it, the padding comes right off. And it's got the little slits to where if you're using, like a belt tensioner and you've got a 6-point harness, you can feed it in through the bottom. And then it's got the slots right here to where you can feed the belt in through that. The back is removable too. To help you with do quick washing if you need to wash it. It gets too dirty from being all sweaty and everything. Yeah, it's a nice seat. It's a little bit wider than my other seat that's over there, which is good because I've gotten a little bit wider too. Since I got that rig. Um, but it's nice. It feels really nice. Everything is, yeah. Uh, got your if you're gonna do belts, got your inserts right there. Same thing up top. Yeah, really nice. Really well put together. I like it. Your bum ain't breathing. Are you even sim racing, bro? That's true. Oh yeah, Callum just needs a riot. Just he'll riot just for no reason. You tell him the sky's blue. I'm gonna riot. Whew. Now let's get the seat mounted on. Bolts out. We're gonna do this. We'll mount the front first, then we'll mount the back. We'll mount the back first, and then we'll mount the front. Exactly. It's the Irish in him. So what I like with my seats, I like to be sitting at a little bit of an angle, sitting backwards. That way, you know, uh, I don't want to be sitting like straight up like this. It's not very comfortable. I like to be sitting a little bit reclined back in my seat. Um, it just helps keep like my lower extremities like glued to the seat a little bit better. That's what they currently normally do like in GT seating. Um, I put the seat like that real quick. We're gonna have to do quite a bit of like little adjustments to make sure everything fits and whatnot. Here, so I need to untighten things. Yeah, it's a little bit wider than what I need it to be. Slide out a little bit.
I'm gonna put it in an angle. I think my seat's kind of like right around here. The same on the other side. Good to go. Yeah. You can see like now, like the uprights are a little too far. So I might move the seat a little bit further forward. Plate is a little too far back too, so that will need to get readjusted. But all this stuff is part of the course, right, for putting a rig together. Yeah, I don't know. I might have to raise this side of the seat up a little bit more. I'm not sure yet. But I think it's a good spot. I just need to move the uprights closer to me so I can actually, I'm not driving like this. You want to be more of in a racing position, kind of like here. Yeah, because you want your wheel to be a little bit angled, and then when you rest your wheel, you need to rest your wrists on top of the wheel. They're kind of like bent at an angle. You can, race car drivers will race it sometimes a little bit closer, but for me, like I kind of do it like this, where my wheel's kind of like right here, give me that nice smooth motion that I want. Kind of like what you would do in a real car for the most part. Yeah, fun build. It's been great. I enjoyed it. Seeing the differences between old P1 and then the new P1X Ultimate. Not a lot of differences, not a lot of changes. All the changes that have been done to it are for the better to make it more structurally rigid. Things can be adjusted better. Like for example, like on the monitor mount, you used to have to bolt the plate on the back of the horizontal bar, and those screws would be hidden, and then you mount the other two exposed bars to the uprights. And sometimes, if you don't have them locked in tightly, or like David was saying, like they used to do soft metal, well, those bolts will come loose over time, and then your monitor mount's just going to start sagging. So they changed that with this one, where everything is exposed, so that way you can quickly get into it, quickly tighten everything up. They didn't used to have the Vario mount for the monitors. Now that's included when you buy their monitor stands. Yeah. So far, I'm really happy with this. Now I need to adjust everything, mount the rest of my wheel, mount my wheel, mount my pedals, get everything adjusted to the way that I want it adjusted. And then this rig will be good to go, man. Yeah, pretty happy with it. Yeah. The seat is the perfect size for me too. Like I don't know, I might have to put this seat on the main rig because I really that seat really fits me very very well. Whew. But yeah, David. So there we go. We kind of finished for the most part. We finished before Daytona was even over. So how about that? That's just plain offensive to the Irish. But yeah, guys, that is it. I need to clean up this area a bit, get rid of all these boxes, get them out of the way, move this rig to the test area, mount the motion and everything else to it, get it adjusted to the way I want it adjusted to me, and then we're good to go. Yeah. So for you guys, we were streaming for, let's see, how long did it take us to build this rig? It took us 4 hours. I mean, let's say 4 hours. So in under 4 hours, we built the monitor mount. And then we built this. Not everything's tightened up. Not everything's adjusted my way. So let's give it maybe. Is he frozen? Am I frozen? Shouldn't be frozen. Let me grab my chair so I can sit in front of the chair. Let's get some of these boxes out of the way. But yeah, am I still frozen or no? Am I good? Where's the snowman? Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, so to get everything built up, for the most part, this I built everything. This pretty much got you, let's say, 80 to 85% of the way. It took about 4 hours. So add another 2 hours to where you're gonna add your gear. You're gonna have to readjust things to make it fit the way you fit it. So it's gonna take you, at the minimum, at the least, maybe 6 hours. At the most, maybe, a little bit longer if. Why has everyone got a roller chair like that? I don't know, dude. It was just a cheap chair that I bought when I was in Portugal. When I was living there, I needed a desk chair, and this was like the cheapest thing they had. And I haven't bought anything since then. But it matches the seat, and it matches the lights on the rig, so there we go. Yeah, so what I was just saying, yeah, so it's going to take you anywhere maybe from 6 hours to 10 hours, even more depending on, if you're going to be doing like a lot of cable management, making sure everything's like adjustly fine-tuned to the way you want. But, let's say at a minimum, it's going to take you 6 hours to get up and running. Maybe 74 if you're Sean. But yeah, it was a fun build. Everything was great. I'd say like the profile, there was not a single scuff on any of the profile that I was going through as I was inspecting it, putting everything together. A couple times the profile banged together. Still, there were no scuff marks, no nothing. I think that's from when they changed over from doing anodized aluminum to now doing powder coated aluminum. Powder coat is a little bit stronger than anodized, so I know. Yeah, so I'll say like this. Yeah, if you're worried about the profile being scratched, like I wouldn't worry too much about it. I mean, I can't guarantee you with 100% that your profile is going to come to you unscathed. I mean, things are going to happen during shipping, because we know most shipping companies, they don't give a damn about your packages. So, but seeing how everything was packaged nice and neat, with using the straps, using using the corner cardboard to wrap, make sure everything is wrapped nice and neat. You're gonna get very, very minimal dings or scratches onto your profile. Nothing that like a little bit of paint won't fix, for the most part. But I believe like when they package everything, there is nothing wrong with your profile when they package everything. Now, again, during transit, things could happen, right? I really like the little addition of kind of like the wash caps that they add to it. Like, it gives you those little Sim-Lab logos. Then it also gives you Sim-Lab stickers to put onto your rig that are like the transfer stickers. Yeah, I really think, when I compare it to my old P1 that I built compared to now this P1 Ultimate, like it is at least 5 steps ahead of what the old P1 was now in terms of the build quality, the rigidity, the design that went in to make sure, the parts that need to be light are light, but they're still strong, and the parts that need to hold the most strength, they're still very strong connections and stuff. So yeah, I'm gonna get everything put together. I'm gonna get, I'm gonna spend the next couple days putting everything together, and then I'll start doing the review of this rig. So if you're considering doing a rig, getting a Sim-Lab, you could watch that review. Again, I'm not telling you just because Sim-Lab sent me this rig, I'm not telling you to go out and buy one. Buy whatever you want. If you find something that you like Track Racer, Next Level, whatever it is, and you really like it and the price fits in, I don't think you're going to be disappointed. But in terms of quality, I will say this rig is a step far and beyond before, some of the other rigs that I've tried. And it shows, in the amount of crash work they put into it, the production, how everything came. Yeah, it's just absolutely great. So on that note, I am gonna let you guys be. I need to rest. I need to start getting some dinner ready because it's already 6:30 for me, and then let you guys enjoy the last hour and a half of the 24 hours of Daytona. So yeah, Sean will be live Thursday to do the first week of rally. And no comment, David. No comment. Yeah, so other than that, you'll see us live next on Thursday with Sean going live to do the rally. The rally's taken care of. So until next time, take care, enjoy Daytona, enjoy the rest of your weekend and evening. Take care, guys.